gosh, the chat's going so fast I can't possibly read it. Hey, all you moderator type people, should we investigate in slow mode? I'm not recommending it. I'm saying have the conversation, have the thought, consider it, and then do it if you think it's right. I don't know. Who's ready for CitizenCon? If you're ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew in chat.
Jak Jared pyta, czy jesteśmy gotowi? Dzisiaj sobie pobejrzymy CitizenCon, czyli coroczne podsumowanie tego, co się działo, tego, co się będzie dziać w najbliższym czasie w Star Citizenie. Ja sobie tu jeszcze okienka wszystkie poustawiam, żeby widzieć może pokój radiowy, bo mam nadzieję, że pojawią się też inni nasi redaktorzy, z którymi będziemy sobie tu dyskutować, żeby widzieć też czat. I zobaczymy, co nam z tego tutaj będzie się rodziło. Cały event jest podzielony na 7 bloków tematycznych. Zaczną od pokazania tego, co tam już udało im się zrobić w Pyro. Natomiast później będą kolejne moduły dotyczące innych funkcjonalności i mechanik nowych, które się zaczną pojawiać w 4.0. Czyli w tym samym patchu, w którym ma się właśnie Pyro pojawić. A na sam koniec będą pokazane jakieś nowe statki, nad którymi pracują i które prawdopodobnie też część już jest zrobionych. Tak jak w ostatnich... Muszę tutaj trochę przyciszyć sobie dźwięk. Tak jak w ostatnich raportach, tam zawsze jest, że prace trwają nad ciszej muzyka, dobrze. Mikrofona już mam na maksa, więc ja już tutaj bardziej nie podgłośnię mikrofonu. Co najwyżej mogę sobie go przysunąć bliżej paszczy. O. Suwaczek mam na maksa. Linię widzę, że już podchodzę powoli pod żółte, więc chyba powinno mnie już dobrze być słychać. Ewentualnie tak jak mówię, właśnie się rozglądam, żeby może jakąś podstawkę sobie zorganizować pod mikrofon. Wiem, pudełko śniadaniowe z Fallouta. Tylko muszę po nie sięgnąć. Za szerokie mam tutaj nóżki na tego mikrofonu. O! Teraz powinno być dużo lepiej. Mam nadzieję. Tak jak mówiłem, zacznę od Pyro. To jest pierwszy blok. Sam jestem bardzo ciekawy, co nowego pokażą, bo bardzo dużo pokazali w zeszłym roku na CitizenCon. Samo Pyro wchodzi live w 4.0. Kiedy będzie 4.0, tak naprawdę nie do końca wiadomo. Jakieś tam głosy są, że będą się starać trafić w przełom drugiego kwartału przyszłego roku. No ale jak dobrzy są w dotrzymywaniu terminów w CIG, to wszyscy wiemy od lat. Ale jest szansa, że po prostu gdzieś w przyszłym roku to 4.0 zobaczymy. Nie będzie w tym roku tego tak zwanego keynote, czyli długiego modułu przedstawiającego gameplay. Tak jak na przykład w zeszłym roku pokazywano nam gameplay właśnie na jednej z planet Pyro, gdzie na różne sposoby infiltrowano taką bazę, taki outpost. pokazując różne nadchodzące mechaniki. W tym roku takiego modułu ma nie być. No i zobaczymy.
My favorite thing about the community is
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliché, but
They
No.
believe as much as we do.
Mamy jakieś klipy podejrzewam ze Star Citizen Live, czyli tych piątkowych eventów, gdzie są rozmowy z różnymi devsami.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day.
Może sobie jakieś picie to jeszcze podstawić, bo może mi zaschnąć w trakcie. Podejrzewamy tak 5 do 7 godzin.
I first did the CitizenCon where I got to fly the carrot. Everyone was so supportive.
Odjechałem od mikrofonu znowu pewnie, dlatego za cicho.
Flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into like their creativity.
Teasowali nas Pyro, tam było 2949, 3 lata temu, tak? Bo to jest rok do roku. I teraz mamy 2952, czyli mamy 3 lata temu.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
Break shit.
Podciągnąłem tło streamu.
just the random stuff that you do. It's not like
Swojego wokalu wyżej już nie dam, bo jestem maksymalnie na suwaczku.
I'm from the character.
A wąsami już praktycznie smyram mikrofon.
Because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really cool.
My favorite thing about the
Jest lepiej teraz?
community around events.
going to bars.
Miejmy nadzieję.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just they have so
Panią
much love
słyszycie
for
teraz? Bo tak Anger pisze, że tła streamu nie słychać. Podciągnąłem troszeczkę do góry.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
Dobrze.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
No w tej chwili, jak widzicie, wystawiają nam laurkę, także musimy jeszcze chwilę poczekać na jakieś konkretne informacje. Wszyscy są zachwyceni oczywiście, jak wspaniałą jesteśmy społecznością. Przez grzeczność nie zaprzeczę.
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
they really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community.
Ono się bardzo cieszy, że oni żyją marzeniami.
If somebody said you had to,
Mogliby trochę szybciej żyć tymi marzeniami. Dobra, zaczynamy. Dokładnie. Dzięki nam mają co jeść. To jest wypowiedź Chrisa Robertsa, bodajże z pierwszego CitizenCon 2016 albo 17? Nie, to jest wypowiedź w ogóle z Kickstartera jeszcze. Jak zaczynała się Kickstarterowa zbiórka na Star Citizena. Tak. Te stateczki w tle za Chrisem Robertsem to są Hornety F7C. Takie mityczne Hornety. Do dzisiaj nie wiadomo, czy ktokolwiek posiada jakąś sztukę, czy nie. Gdzieś głosy po internecie krążą, że jest tam gdzieś parę osób, które upolowały gdzieś w początkach Star Citizena te konkretne Hornety. Inni twierdzą, że to są tylko skórki. A, przepraszam, C to jest ten cywilny, tak?
All records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive
A miało już być dobrze. Już miało nie zrywać po zmianie tutaj. Zresztą testy były poprawne, nie zrywało mi już tego połączenia. No i tak, no i to było 10 minut. Jeżeli nas za 10 minut zerwie z powrotem, to szybko zmienię znowu serwery twitchowe. Tak. Już to było poprawione. Okej, mówiłem o tym, że ta pierwsza prezentacja, bo teraz mamy aktualnego Chrisa Robertsa, ta pierwsza prezentacja, która była pokazana, służyła wizualizacji jakby konceptu i tej pierwszej zbiórki Star Citizenowej na Kickstarterze. Ona nawet nie była zrobiona przez Robert Space Industries czy CIG, bo nawet nie mieli jeszcze wtedy programistów. Ona była zrobiona przez ludzi z Crytek. Nie, Anger, zrobię, jeżeli zerwie, bo akurat właśnie wykorzystam w ogóle, bo tak bym musiał teraz przerwać pewnie stream, żeby zmienić ten serwer, a jak mi zerwie, to będzie okazja do tej zmiany. I to jest to, co właśnie w tej chwili mówi. To wydaje mi się też tak naprawdę największe osiągnięcie Star Citizena, też moim skromnym zdaniem. To jest ten całkowite pozbawienie się loading screenów. Czyli de facto całe Stanton obecne to jest jedna wielka mapa, po której się przemieszczamy bez żadnych loading screenów, bez żadnych przerywników. Od pojedynczego budynku na planecie po stację kosmiczną. Mówię teraz o eventach Citizen Bar. Nie wiem, czy wszyscy słyszeliście już, ale na Citizen Barze w Korei to są eventy organizowane przez fanów, a na niektórych z tych eventów pojawiali się pracownicy CIG. Na evencie w Korei pojawił się Erin Roberts, czyli brat. Impreza była na tyle udana, że na tyle sobie tam popili, że graczom udało się wyciągnąć parę informacji. Takie, które najbardziej zelektryzowały, to że wewnętrznie tam sobie dają deadline 2-letni w tej chwili do Squadron 42. I druga informacja tam była, niech sobie ją przypomnę. Nie przypomnę sobie. Jak sobie przypomnę, to wam powiem. Ale podstawowe było teraz, że właśnie wewnętrznie uważają, że za 2 lata powinni składrona skończyć. Zobaczymy. Tu też możecie zobaczyć, jak sobie dobrze finansowo w sumie CIG radzi, bo to, gdzie w tej chwili zarówno Jared i Chris się znajdują, to z tego, co wcześniej były zdjęcia z budowy nowego studia w Manchesterze bodajże, to jest po prostu na terenie studia, na terenie biur, ta strefa taka relaksu, gdzie tam pracownicy sobie przychodzą na kawę, herbatę w trakcie pracy, to jest właśnie tak wystrojone w tej chwili. Danger, szkoda, że do PL nie przyjadą. No to, tak jak mówię, te eventy były organizowane przez graczy, przez fanów, więc jeżeli byłoby wystarczająco silne community polskie, które byłoby w stanie się zorganizować i zrobić fajną imprezę, dużą, no to jest duża szansa, że ktoś by się CIG też pojawił wtedy, bo na tym to polegało. Zgłaszało się swoje eventy do CIG, no i oni na tej podstawie decydowali, gdzie kogo wyślą. Biorąc pod uwagę, że najbliższe nas studio jest we Frankfurcie, więc w sumie niedaleko. Kilkoro Polaków pracuje w CIG, więc to wcale nie jest przesądzone, że nikt by się nie pojawił, gdyby impreza była dobrze zorganizowana. Ok, Journey to 4.0, czyli będziemy mieć pierwszy blok. No to przekonajmy się, jaki cool stuff zrobili w ciągu ostatnich 2 lat. Tak mówię, bardzo fajna prezentacja. Pyro była już w zeszłym roku. Pyro 1 planeta. Sam system jest dużo bardziej rozległy od Stanton. Odległości są dużo większe. Więc na pewno nie będzie się tam dało latać. Na pewno nie będzie się tam dało latać małymi statkami.
Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use.
Lorowo jest to też system taki umierający zasadniczo, bo gwiazda systemu jest w końcowej fazie swojego życia i zalewa system takimi falami też promieniowania, co też ma być w gameplayu odwzorowane.
And then you can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like
no, biorąc pod uwagę, jak dużo zielonego jest na Wala, to nie wiem, czy oni tak ostrożnie do tego podchodzili. Tutaj ktoś tłumaczy, że do wystroju księżyca Wala podchodzili ostrożnie, a kojarzycie pewnie właśnie te zielone kryształy tam, gdzie są faktycznie wszędzie. No jak nas zerwie za minutę, to tak jak mówię, zmienimy szybko serwer twitchowy, bo ostatnim razem to pomogło. No te roślinki, co tutaj są, to na pewno kojarzycie. One są w jaskiniach w Stanton.
In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass.
No właśnie, wyróżnikiem tego Pyro 1 mają być takie dziwaczne formacje skalne.
like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean.
Dobra, chyba jesteśmy.
Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight
Siebie jeszcze zrobię.
is the improvements that we made to how assets spawn
Dobra.
from the side of
Żyjemy. Zmieniłem serwery na Wiedeń. Miejmy nadzieję, że pomoże. Jesteśmy teraz na Pyro drugim. Przez chwilę z orbity trochę wyglądały jak Hurston, jeżeli chodzi o kolorystykę powierzchni. Natomiast teraz już na zbliżeniu widzimy, że jest troszeczkę inaczej jednak.
Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of assets has been greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is
Teraz pytanie tylko jeszcze, jaki komputer będzie potrzebny, żeby faktycznie rysować obiekty w takiej odległości.
Jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2. It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome
Pierwsze skojarzenie Aberdeen. Nie wiem, czy wasze też takie jest teraz. Tylko nie ma żółtej mgły.
So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but still in a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry.
No i są też zbiorniki wodne, dlatego tak z orbity jak było ujęcie na to Pyro 2, to tak przypominało Hurston bardzo.
It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets. Different mixes of bushes and grasses, so it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively.
Hejka Magnum.
And you find like lots of foliage here. We have
Oglądamy sobie, jaki będzie piękny system kolejny Pyro. Mamy Pyro 2. Lewitujące kamienie po prawej.
So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry.
Tak, to jest drugi system, który się pojawi w wersji 4.0, która z kolei pojawi się według rozpiski pod koniec pierwszego kwartału przyszłego roku. Moim zdaniem raczej w połowie przyszłego roku, ale powiedzmy, że nie chcemy być jakimiś bardzo dużymi pesymistami. Trzecie Pyro. Nie pamiętam, chyba jest 6 albo 7 planet w tym systemie. No i to, jeżeli widzieliście CitizenCon zeszłoroczny, to właśnie na tej planecie chyba się działa akcja cała. Wskazuje na to pokrywa chmur, przez którą się wtedy przelatywało statkiem, który też wtedy był zaprezentowany, czyli Origin 400. Tak, dokładnie. To jest ta planeta z dema gameplayowego z zeszłego roku. Density, so it looks really nice when it like covers these rocks, and then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass, and it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense. So we pushed the amount of energy that we're using. So it's basically. Cicho jestem ja, czy cicho jest stream? Bo suwaczek mam wysoko. Ja mogę ewentualnie, podejrzewam, jeszcze podgłośnić po prostu w przeglądarce. Nie wiem, czy to ma efekt na dźwięk na streamie.
Now we jump to Pyro Coast biome. The improvements we got to the
Jest
coast
głośniej?
biomes is that we can now use OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral
Fale. Nie wiem, czy na Hulston nie ma fal. Już dawno nie byłem nad morzem w sumie na Hulston.
So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region.
Czyli na poprzednie planety wygląda na to, że musimy się spodziewać, że całe będą jakby na całej swojej powierzchni będą podobnie wyglądać, bo dopiero przy Pyro 3 zaczął mówić o różnych biomach. Czyli tam mieliśmy ten morski, tutaj ma być jakiś wulkaniczny biom.
Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
Tak, no chyba o tym typie skał użył słowa biom, ale nie, wydaje mi się, że nie w kontekście obszaru całego planety.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality.
Oni kiedyś pokazywali w którymś Insights from Citizen nowy sposób tworzenia kanionów. Nie wiem, czy nie na potrzeby tej planety, bo tak z orbity wyglądało, że to ma być dużo tych kanionów.
The variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil. And it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing.
Nie wiem jak wy, ale mi się po tym zeszłorocznym takich urywkach z tych planet Pyro spodziewałem się, że będą mocno inne od Stanton. Ale na razie dwie ostatnie mi się w ogóle tak widzą jako takie wariacje w ogóle na temat Hulstona.
If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher, the texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back
minęło 10 minut kolejne, ciekawe czy nas zerwie.
And give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here,
on się tam dostał tym programem, w którym nam pokazuje.
Feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the
tam na belce jest nazwa programu, czy to jest jakieś wewnętrzne narzędzie?
So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship
To nie
on
prom,
them and
to nie prąd
walk on
Magnum.
them, and they make you feel like
działa.
really small. But I think it's a really good visual.
Już miałem taki problem, że mnie co 10 minut wyłączało. Wydawało mi się, że to naprawiłem, bo nawet testowałem i działało, ale widać problem mi powrócił.
So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain.
No nie jestem w stanie z tym zrobić w takim układzie. Musimy poczekać ewentualnie, jeżeli nawiedzi nas ktokolwiek inny z redakcji, to może przejmie pałeczkę i jakby z jego komputera będzie dalej szedł stream.
Which is something that we still need to look at, but like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before,
Na szczycie te przerwy są, mam nadzieję, niezbyt uciążliwe, parunastosekundowe.
So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles, and then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map, but this is actually multiple height
cechę
maps
wyróżniającą tej
forming
planety.
one large crater, and you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global displacement texture and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds.
To jest też jedna z głównych przyczyn, dlaczego tak im to wszystko idzie jak krew z nosa, że planety w Star Citizenie nie są całkowicie tworzone w sposób losowy, automatyczny, jak w No Man's Sky czy w Elicie, tylko jakby z grubsza taka planeta jest w ten sposób tworzona, a później siadają po prostu graficy i ją upiększają. Minus jest taki, że właśnie wszystko to trwa strasznie długo, plus taki, że właśnie każda planeta ma jakiś swój indywidualny sznyt.
Some moist looking ground cover acids, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe.
No robota na lata. Znaczy, ja zgaduję, że będzie to działało w ten sposób, że po prostu kolejne systemy będą dodawane z czasem. Nie będzie na zasadzie takiej, że Star Citizen jest gotowy ze wszystkimi systemami. Nie. Będą one właśnie pewnie spływać latami i świat się będzie powiększał po prostu stopniowo. Czyli mamy teraz
and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack.
Mamy księżyc tej piątej planety, tylko dlaczego C? Dlaczego trzeciego księżyca zaczęli? No, zobaczymy.
On top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations, and then down here they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update.
Ciekawe, czy się będą kombinezony zużywały odchodzenia po obsydianie.
So we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look
Przecięcia
extra cool.
butów.
Like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces to make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey, and it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand.
A tą część księżyca pamiętam
The vegetation is dry.
z
We added
zeszłorocznej
some of
prezentacji.
these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the
Tam było ujęcie, jak ktoś
crack,
Dragonflyem bodajże tak leciał
this is
wzdłuż,
what you will find on the planet most of the
wzdłuż
time.
tych skał.
So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added
Tu też widać, że skybox jest zupełnie inny niż w Stanton.
The occasional biome.
Chyba nawet ładniejszy.
It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background. We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like, I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters, so now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes.
Nie, wszystkiego nie pokazał, bo tam faktycznie chyba jest 6 planet, więc to jest ostatnia planeta, natomiast przy piątce nam pokazał tylko księżyc 5C, czyli to sugeruje, że to jest trzeci księżyc, więc nie zobaczyliśmy tego A i B.
And I really like the color of the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the white chalky.
Natomiast tak jak mówiłem na początku, w Pyro będą dużo większe odległości między planetami niż w Stanton, więc jakimś małym do średniego statku może być tam kłopot, żeby w ogóle latać i system nie będzie jakoś bardzo zamieszkały, więc będą też problemy z zatankowaniem w ogóle na przykład.
He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them, and it makes for like a nice amount of detail.
Miejmy nadzieję, że będzie Starfarer użyteczny, bo na razie użyłem go raz do nagrania filmiku instruktażowego na temat tankowania i dalej zbiera kurz.
And it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the Pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet, and the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good. So this is the skybox for the entire Pyro system. So you will see it on every single Pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so you see it.
Ja rozłączenia nie mam.
Here.
Więc może nic się tutaj złego nie stało w tym momencie.
Opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
No, będziemy mieć teraz ładne obrazki z tego wszystkiego. Czy jesteśmy excited? Czaty, jesteśmy? Bo szczerze mówiąc, to prezentacja Pyro w zeszłym roku bardziej mi przypadła do gustu. Natomiast zobaczymy, jak tam właśnie pojawią się jakieś bazy, outposty, coś jakoś będzie żyły, może będą te planety. To może będzie ciekawiej to wyglądało. Ten nadmorski widoczek. Ale nadmorskie widoczki zawsze są fajne. No ale takie to łatwo znaleźć nawet na Hurston. No nic, pozostaje nam liczyć, że za jakieś pół roku z kawałkiem sami będziemy mogli się przekonać. No i z budowaniem, no to ładnie wygląda, z budowaniem z stacji własnych przez graczy, czy tych baz naziemnych, to myślę, że jeszcze długo poczekamy. I generalnie w Pyro takim głównym ośrodkiem ma być coś, co się nazywa Pyro Ruin Station, czyli resztki jakiejś dużej stacji kosmicznej orbitującej wokół pierwszej planety, bodajże.
He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee.
No to Jareda trochę wyciszymy. Nie stać ludzi, nie graczy. No. Tak jak mówię, stacja kosmiczna taka zamieszkała, ma być jedna, nazywa się Ruin Station. Plus takie osady na powierzchniach planet, więc za bardzo zamieszkały ten system też nie będzie.
So,
I like your dig.
Także nie będzie większej ilości stacji kosmicznych, nie będzie dużych miast, tak jak w Stanton są.
We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. It's always like, yeah, someday. But we did it. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952.
Jared, nie ma na sobie przypadkiem repliki tej Rust Society kurtki z gry? Tak mi to wygląda.
Recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us and actually
A to nie jest brat Robertsa, Erin Roberts? Mogliby ich podpisać.
over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people.
Aha, tak. To są panowie właśnie od leaków, o których mówiłem na samym początku.
While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China bar citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were
that
there.
made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
To jest ten MacBook, ten laptop. I to jest, podejrzewam, sprzedają takie covery na MacBooki. Możesz sobie zamówić z dowolnym wzorem zasadniczo. To jest albo cover, albo taka folia do naklejania.
Given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea. Yeah, we'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Oh yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there.
Znaczy to ma, kontekst tutaj tego jest taki, że właśnie oni byli na tych Citizen barach w Korei, gdzieś tam streamowali też do Chin, więc zakładam, że po prostu to jest taki dalekowschodni scroll jako prezent dla Jareda, więc nie ma to nic wspólnego ze światem samym Star Citizena.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't. Clearly. We got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
No i Bar Citizen Singapore.
But anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there you can pull some about if you want.
It's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards.
To co, może taki mały challenge? W przyszłym roku TWH organizuje Bar Citizen w Polsce.
It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? It's a
raczej się nie zmieścimy.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well I'm going to leave that out. And
Już tak śmieję, ale to jest spore przedsięwzięcie, bo tak jak mówię, to jest organizowane nie przez CIG. Na polskim Facebooku, na grupie facebookowej Star Citizen Polska, tam od razu zaczęli, że chcemy w Polsce. Musimy sobie sami zorganizować, tak to działa. Więc po prostu jest potrzebny ktoś ogarnięty, kto potrafi załatwić miejscówkę, Tego wywiadu raczej nie ma chyba.
And the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground, and everybody blows up, and I'm kind of below everybody, because at this point they're jumping up, and just to be there, and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on.
Tak, jesteśmy po pierwszym bloku, czyli tym Planetary Pyro, gdzie pokazali nam powierzchnię planet. I kolejny blok, ja osobiście uważam, że może być ciekawy, Investigations, czyli będą nam opowiadać o typie misji polegających właśnie na rozwiązywaniu jakichś spraw. Ja zawsze wszystkim polecam misję, która jest wokół Crusadera. Ona jest w zakładce Personal i nazywa się PI Wanted. Ten skrót PI to jest od Private Investigator, czyli potrzebny prywatny detektyw. I jest to bardzo, bardzo fajna misja. Nic więcej o niej nie powiem, żeby nie spoilerować tej misji tym, którzy jeszcze nie robili. I zawsze mówiłem, że mi brakuje takich misji. A już myślałem, że status na żywo. Kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that, but the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is. W tym momencie mnie słychać, czy mnie nie słychać? Jakby od mojej strony wszystko wygląda w porządku w tym momencie. No okej, tak jak mówiłem. Kolejny blok, który dostaniemy po tym wywiadzie tutaj, po tej rozmowie, dotyczy nowego typu misji, właśnie tych detektywistycznych, nazwijmy to, i mnie to osobiście bardzo ciekawi, bo to, jak wspomniałem, to jest moja ulubiona misja w Star Citizenie, ta PI Wanted, którą polecam sobie zrobić dla tych, co jej nie robili. Nie daje crime stata. Ona jest, tak jak mówię, w okolicach Crusadera, jest dostępna w zakładce Personal, nazywa się PI Wanted i nic więcej nie powiem. Ale spokojnie, nie jest nielegalna, nie daje crime stata. I tak jak mówiłem, właśnie zawsze czekałem na więcej tego typu misji. Taką namiastką tych misji są te nowe wraki reclaimerów, które się pojawiły. Bo tam jest jakby kilkupoziomowe, jakieś tam proste investigation, czy jakieś tam proste dochodzenie trzeba zrobić na każdym z nich. I czekam na więcej. I właśnie zaraz się dowiemy, co dostaniemy w tym zakresie.
The next year he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off, and I'm like, you took PT out of this. I told you, I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief, investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to
tak, Ghost Hollow. Ale akurat w Ghost Hollow tam jest albo kogoś zabić, albo znaleźć skrzynkę. Bardziej mam na myśli te, które są w kosmosie. Na przykład jak jesteś Happy Rusher przy Microtechu, to tam niedaleko Microtechu jest misja na Reclaimera, który się nazywa Black Kite. Tam już jest ciekawiej. Przy Area 18 wyleciało mi z głowy, jak się nazywa. Ten przy Area 18, a czy przy Arkorpie. I jeszcze jeden jest przy Crusaderze, ale on chyba daje crime stata, ten przy Crusaderze. Dobra. No tak, Happy Rusher, to właśnie robiliśmy.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
Już daję ich głośniej. Mówią, że z reguły nie pokazują tak wczesnych etapów tworzenia misji, ale te konkretne chcą nam właśnie pokazać.
And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those.
Właśnie o tym mówię, o tej misji.
The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill, as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission.
Tu właśnie mówią teraz, że starają się robić misje składając się z kilku klocków jakby, tak, że mamy podstawowe klocki, że przenieść paczkę, kogoś zabij i tak dalej, natomiast starają się same misje łączyć, żeby nie było, żeby misja nie polegała tylko na jednej prostej czynności.
So our objective types for the time being have been pretty simple, kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think.
Tak, czyli te nowe misje będą bardzo podobne w założeniach właśnie do PI Wanted, która też w żaden sposób nas nie prowadzi, tylko zbieramy dowody różne i na podstawie tych dowodów podejmujemy na koniec decyzję. Bardzo fajnie.
Poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into, like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting.
Pytanie jest właśnie, na które jeszcze nie odpowiedzieli, ale może odpowiedzą właśnie, że czy te misje będą zawsze takie same, czy może będą składane z jakichś losowych klocków, no bo ileż razy można rozwiązywać
and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where
jesteśmy.
there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find.
Ale poprzednie się chyba nie padło. Teraz już powinno być ok.
Another place which will have his work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until 1. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is
Czyli tak, będą celować dokładnie ten sam model, który jest przy PI Wanted, że to gracz będzie decydował, w którym momencie uzna, że rozwiązał sprawę i przesyła wyniki swojego dochodzenia i kończy misję.
Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence.
Ale tak naprawdę nigdy do końca nie będzie wiadomo, czy odkryliśmy na pewno wszystkie dowody, czy wszystkie wskazówki i czy nasza decyzja jest prawidłowa. I na takie misje czekam właśnie. Tylko teraz jeszcze pytanie, czy one będą zawsze takie same, czy jakiś tam element losowy będzie.
But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we like the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done. So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobile lesson in inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story, so we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell.
No właśnie, różne nowe sposoby zbierania wskazówek to jedno, ale cały czas czekam na tą informację co do rozwoju misji.
Like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
No właśnie, Magnum. To jest to. Tak, w tej chwili mamy kilka. Mamy to PI Wanted, mamy te wraki reclaimerów, na których różne, też trzeba tam trochę dochodzenia zrobić, ale to są cały czas te same misje. No i też można robić to samo.
To let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
No. Fajnie, że robią tego typu misje. Ja osobiście je bardzo lubię, ale nie dowiedziałem się tego, co chciałem dowiedzieć.
Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Precision Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying. And again, kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way.
To jest właśnie to, co on teraz powiedział. Jak te misje zrobić tak, żeby były modułowe, ale jednocześnie, żeby opowiadały ciekawą historię i żeby były odróżnialne od siebie, indywidualne.
With the lead pipe or the rope, so we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities of, you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Precision Universe as the sandbox, but I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. At least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go.
Teraz jak zobaczyłem Todda Papi, dawno go nie widziałem w sumie, bo został większość dyrektorów przekierowany na Squadron 42. Zacząłem się zastanawiać, czy zobaczymy dzisiaj Tonego Zuroweka z jego Quanta. Ale chyba nie będzie.
Launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually it was the
No i to jest
2015,
Skyfix.
like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that.
To
that
5-sekundowe teraz to
crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real
buforowanie, bo akurat u mnie nie przerwało
engaging- I mean,
zupełnie.
it was a three-month shoot.
Od mojej strony najgorsze jest to, że u mnie faktycznie status na OBS-ie widzę, że jest ponowne nawiązywanie połączenia. Chociaż jak mówię, myślałem, że już udało mi się rozwiązać ten problem, ale najwyraźniej nie.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of,
Fikus, Skyfix. Ach, kurde, jaka zmyła.
there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So.
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
Dobra.
Bring it back to me. All right.
Zbliżamy się do kolejnego
So
modułu.
thank you so much,
The New Underground.
Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation.
Prawdopodobnie pokażą nam, jak technologie odnośnie robienia jaskiń wykorzystają do rozbudowywania miast w dół. Zobaczymy.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally.
A jak chcesz, Fikus, kupić kolejną kopię Star Citizena, to proszę, to możesz wpisać przy zakładaniu konta. Nie obrażę się wcale.
From the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the
Zbieram na Javelina.
Now the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, you know, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location.
Godzinne bunkry, wyobrażacie sobie godzinne bunkry?
So how do we go about
I ostatniego gościa, który nie wychodzi z windy po godzinie.
So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is
mamy koncept art średniego bunkra, czyli wszystkie, które mamy w tej chwili stamtąd, to są najwyraźniej małe bunkry.
This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down is very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location, they're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, you know, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have
jest pewnie fajny, ale wychodzi na to, że cały czas jesteśmy na etapie konceptu, więc długo takich bunkrów nie zobaczymy jeszcze.
Depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the players landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like. Now moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down, and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network.
Bunkry, gdzie w skrzynkach będą tylko FS9, biorę.
Into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style.
Teraz pytanie, czy ten dźwig, co tam był na podwoziu Drake Mule na wcześniejszym screenie, to czy dostaniemy taki pojazd? Czy możemy to traktować jako taki tease? Bo tutaj mamy normalnego Mule'a.
And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. Maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies if we wanted to stealth.
Witamy naczelną. Niestety cały czas mam problem z przerywaniem streama. Nie udało się go do końca rozwiązać. Zostaje nadzieja, że nie jest aż tak bardzo uciążliwy.
But also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargo's to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive.
Jeżeli on to nazwał średnim bunkrem, to ciekawe jaki jest duży bunkier.
Moving on to zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies.
Ten wygląda, jakby się dało do niego Merlinem wlecieć. Do dużego to może karakiem.
Being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can
Tylko teraz też jeszcze pytanie, gdzie oni te bunkry będą chcieli osadzić. Na pewno nie w Pyro, bo
combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in underneath
tak,
you kind of
jestem z powrotem, tym razem właśnie
part of this could
padło
be
zupełnie.
this stealth route, or maybe this is
Ale chyba nie jest teraz
the
równo
upper
co
area
10
blocked
minut.
off,
Chyba
so
się
the player has to
zmieniło.
go down below. So
Takie mam
even
wrażenie.
within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside here, you know, there could be tea rooms or
Ciekawą rzecz powiedział.
offices.
Kiedyś to chyba też w kontekście jaskiń było mówione, że często wykorzystują taką sztuczkę właśnie, żeby poprawić wydajność, zmniejszyć odległość, na jakiej rysowane są obiekty, właśnie przez tworzenie zakrętów jakichś w korytarzach, śluz, takich jak ta, która tutaj pokazuje, żeby na jakimś bardzo długim, kilkusetmetrowym korytarzu były jakieś obiekty przerywające jakby ten korytarz, żeby między innymi, żeby nie musieć rysować obiektów gdzieś bardzo daleko.
Now going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the player is traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific. Just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network
No
of
tak,
levels
fikus, tak na to się zapowiada, no po prostu będziemy mieć dużo większe przestrzenie w tych większych bunkrach. Ja tak jak na samym początku powiedziałem, że on tu powiedział, że chcą, żeby jakaś misja w tego typu bunkrze mogła nawet godzinę trwać. Tak mówię, sobie można wyobrazić godzinną misję czyszczenia bunkra na przykład, gdzie ostatni koleś nie wychodzi z windy, nie?
One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun
z drugiej strony może patrzcie, będzie ciekawie, bo w tej chwili zgrana grupa, taki bunkier aktualnie może wyczyścić naprawdę bardzo szybko. I więcej czasu zajmuje czekanie na kolejne fale przeciwników niż faktyczna walka.
So this is where the control, the networking of everything, and also on here you've got the overseeing executive suite, so it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings,
też
then we're
w
seeing
tego typu bunkrach mogą być z kolei misje typu zdobyć, wykraść jakieś dane.
The corporate foyer we saw up above, so
Bo jak część z was na pewno pamięta, to
And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data
Praktycznie
processing of the
na
location. So
kilku
as a
ostatnich
quick idea, we've
CitizenConach
got these
na każdym
data racks are
pokazywali
actually
element gameplayu
submerged,
polegający
for
na
cooling in a base of water. We thought also
skradaniu
before
się
it
przez
there's
jakiś
a cause and
obiekt w
effects
celu
of the
wykradnięcia
player
jakiegoś
solves a
przedmiotu.
puzzle to go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with
Więc to
design
mogą być tego typu
about
misje.
interesting opportunities. And then lastly, zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or would the roads kind of peter out, and as part of the roads, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through, something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period,
Tak, teraz mówią o jakichś płynnych przejściach między bunkrem a jaskinią. To mogą być na przykład mniej oczywiste drogi wejścia do bunkra, jak na przykład właśnie przez jaskinię, gdzie tam wchodzi się po przeciwnej stronie góry na przykład.
Traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool.
Ten screen wygląda jak taki in-engine, a obawiam się, że cały czas mówimy tutaj tylko o, na chwilę obecną o fazie konceptu i to wczesnej, podejrzewam.
Ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is
fazę
working
whitebox,
in terms
jak
of
to nazywa
space,
CIG.
size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it and hopefully you are soon.
No, radzie na to w miarę szybko. Powiem wam, że spodziewałem się, że te moduły będą dużo dłuższe. Następny moduł mamy na temat prędkości i tego, jak będą chcieli reżyserować, nazwijmy to, czy mieć wpływ na przebieg walk między graczami, czy tam między graczami i botami poprzez wymuszanie różnych prędkości w walce. Zobaczymy. Później będzie przebudowa Lorville, to mnie bardzo ciekawi też. Nie wiem jak was. Powerplay, nie elitkowy, tylko tutaj powerplay to jest zarządzanie energią na statkach, czyli taka rola inżyniera na statkach. Dużo tego ostatnio teasowali, zobaczymy. To i w zasadzie tyle na dzisiaj tu będzie. Mnie osobiście właśnie to Lorville interesuje i ten gameplay inżynierski. O, znowu będziemy mieć small talk.
That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Mogliby, nie?
Favorite
Ale
memories.
tak zacząłem zastanawiać też, że
It's kind of hard to pick one. But
czy oni
maybe
tak
a
mogą
good
na
one
streamie
to start
alkohol
would be,
pić, nie wiem jakie są tutaj
I remember going
regulamin
joining the
tłuczowy w tym
company
zakresie.
nearly 9 years ago and
Chyba, że tylko niebieska
going on
woda.
maternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new Underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's
Kluczowa odpowiedź. Co się będzie działo w tych bunkrach dużych?
We want them to be a sandbox element, that players can go and explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into.
Czyli chyba dobrze zgadłem. Tam będzie nacisk bardziej na misje właśnie takie skradankowe, które lubią pokazywać na praktycznie każdym poprzednim CitizenConie, a których nie ma w grze.
We're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Exactly. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else.
Jednak w Pyro też mają być, tak?
Because I like my job.
Czyli i w Stanton, i w Pyro.
All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis.
Tak, podobnie jak w zeszłym roku, wszyscy dostają zestaw CitizenConowy.
With a fun hat, isn't it?
W zestawie, do zestawu wchodzi pluszowy wielorybek, właśnie taka kosmiczna piżama i granatnik, z czego wielorybka dostaniemy chyba jeszcze teraz, będzie rozsyłany po kontach, natomiast jumpsuit, czyli ta piżamka i granatnik dopiero w 3.18.
And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they've given out some caterpillars and buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing,
jakieś eventy podobno na stronie się pojawiły.
Who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair.
Czy tam coś faktycznie jest?
Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems, and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. We'll meet you back here.
Dobra, zaczynamy następny moduł.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with
w międzyczasie powiem, możecie zajrzeć na stronę Robert Space Industries, bo faktycznie pojawiły się konkursy, na których można wygrać albo takie plastikowe modele pojazdów ze Star Citizena, albo Tobii Eye Tracker.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game.
Bombowiec A2, ulubiony statek wszystkich graczy obecnie.
Variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships.
Który statek, jaki naszedł przed chwilą? To jest Vandal Blade, meta obecna. Blade był bardzo długo nieużywany w ogóle przez graczy. Natomiast poprawiono mu znacznie siłę ognia i jest teraz metą praktycznie w PvP. Ten, co lądował, to był tak, Argo Maul, tylko nie w tej standardowej pomarańczowej skórce.
Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But the come with the downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility.
Że cały czas na razie mamy metę lekkich myśliwców. Praktycznie się nie opłaca w PvP przynajmniej latać czymkolwiek cięższym, może z wyjątkiem Hurricane'a. I wszyscy czekają, kiedy faktycznie coś zrobią w tym temacie.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships, but they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
No nie, Yogi, wydaje mi się, że aktualna prędkość nie jest takim dużym problemem.
It's a subject we've talked about many
w tej
times
chwili.
in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angle
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to traverse between different systems. So essentially we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore, there's planets to explore, and the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
Zobaczymy, czy taka working solution.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes we can constrain
Czy ja dobrze rozumiem? Czy oni właśnie wprowadzają super cruise jak w Elicie? Że rozdzielają szybkie latanie od bojowego latania?
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time. And it's
No
purely
nie?
on
Właśnie pytanie, czy tam gość przez przypadek zdjął sobie te tarcze, czy one faktycznie będą wyłączane?
Quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel the threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is,
No nie wiem,
switch to
nie
standard
wiem.
control mode and be safe. Or
Wyobraźcie sobie teraz w tym momencie na przykład Night Race Blockade, kiedy taką C2 wychodzicie z Quantum przy stacji, wokół której toczy się bitwa i dopiero wam wstają tarcze.
That can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people, or for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now.
No tak, zmienia fundamentalnie, tylko teraz pytanie, czy na dobre, czy na złe. Ciekawe, kiedy oni chcą wprowadzić ten system.
We've got the core features, it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
Teraz mi to przyszło do głowy, na pewno się skończy latanie typu odskakiwanie, naładowanie tarczy, wracanie do walki. Bo jeżeli wyłączą właśnie te większe prędkości, to po prostu nie będzie jak odskoczyć.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you're finding that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice.
Stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait.
A, streamami nie zerwało, a sam przez chwilę
thanks a
miałem
lot for listening to us today. We're very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible.
Przerwany stream.
And yeah,
Dziwne.
we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
No ciekawe, co myślicie? A la Super Cruise zadziała w tej grze?
Out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nix.
Rozumiem
Lando Fever.
Rozumiem to, powiedzmy, niedziałanie tarcz i broni, jeżeli się decydujesz na ucieczkę. Powiedzmy, że jest to taka forma kary i dania ostatnich paru sekund przewagi wygrywającemu walkę. Natomiast po wyjściu z Quantum, no to te tarcze będą musiały wstać. A przy dużych statkach to może być bardzo problematyczne.
John, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it.
No, dla innych bojowych, dla niebojowych statków to też może być problem, jeżeli chcesz uciekać jakimś górnikiem albo transportowcem, to do ostatniego momentu w tej chwili możesz polegać na tarczach, jeżeli masz założone na przykład industrial, które są w stanie bardzo dużo zebrać batów, a w tym momencie, jak zaczynasz skok, tarcze ci padają. No nie wiem.
We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
No w momencie zmiany trybu, tak, nie? Tylko pytanie, czy będziesz mógł wybrać cel skoku.
To have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has.
Pytanie też właśnie, czy będzie można wybrać cel skoku i zespulować napęd przed przejściem na ten tryb napędu, nie? Podejrzewam, że nie. To może faktycznie dać duże okno czasowe do zniszczenia statku.
Lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics, it's UI, HUD, radar, star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything. Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That, as with game development, and constant is change. There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing.
O, tam replika Salvo Pistol leży na tym, na barze.
There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing. Lorville. Meet me at camera 1. Lorville, Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage.
Fikus, pozostaje nam nadzieja właśnie, że
we even went back and redid Area
po
18
wprowadzeniu
on
tego
Hardcore,
systemu
but Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen.
będzie on
And
jeszcze
with our
poprawiony
new team
parę
at
razy.
Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I
Chociaż
messed it up trying to
niepokoi
explain that I
mnie
didn't
to,
mess
co
it up.
Yogi
They're
powiedział,
getting
że
ready, they're
w
already
składronie
underway,
go już testują i
building
są
a brand new
zadowoleni.
Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet and we had
Zobaczymy. Parę razy w tych raportach miesięcznych już pisali, że przebudowują właśnie te biurowce, które teraz widać w Lorville, żeby ich metryka pozwalała na zrobienie wnętrz. No i w tych wnętrzach będą jakieś tam zapewne aktywności. Zobaczymy, w jakiej skali to będzie. No taka ciekawostka, samo Lorville, jeżeli chodzi o obszar miasta, jest tak mniej więcej 3 razy większe od Night City z Cyberpunka, więc jest dużo miejsca do dodania jakichś nowych miejscówek i aktywności w mieście.
When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of
Lądowanie do paczkomatu.
black and white sketches of
Na tym się może
different
skończyć.
approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience, to fly.
Rasher, myślę, że nie będzie żadnego eventu, dlaczego miasto się zmieniło. Po prostu będzie na zasadzie, przecież zawsze tak było. To tak, podobne pytanie było przy Star Citizen Live niedawnym, gdzie rozmawiano o rasach obcych i było pytanie odnośnie właśnie tewarinów, którzy według lore normalnie funkcjonują w ramach UEE i stamtąd też są i powinni być widoczni na przykład na ulicach stamtąd, na co odpowiedziano, że po prostu w momencie jak będą mieli modele tewarinów w silniku, to zaczną się pojawiać na ulicach stamtąd po prostu, bez żadnego tam dodatkowego tłumaczenia.
So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because
nowe koncepty fajnie wyglądają.
What the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So
jeszcze bardziej będzie pewnie przypominać Los Angeles z Blade Runnera.
The best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the
Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
Ale już wróciliśmy? Już
From
wróciliśmy.
this concept's done, it's time to start it in engine, and we've had
Także
to
nowe Lorville mamy
evaluate
na
what
konceptach,
was
mamy
possible
white
to
box
do
nowego
and to
Lorville,
extend or to make it
który właśnie
much
widzimy.
bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we are keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system.
Okej,
the
czyli
rails,
miejscówki obecne, które
and,
są w Lorville
we tried to
zostają
extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of
i będą po
gates,
prostu dodane nowe.
but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches, bridges, and like underpasses, and it makes it
O, i to mi się podoba. Czyli podobnie jak na New Babbage nie będzie tej niewidzialnej bariery, która zawraca statek, jak się za blisko tych wieżowców podleci. W tej chwili praktycznie można tylko przelecieć przez to okno tam tej mega konstrukcji w tej wieży, ale jak się poniżej spróbuje polecieć, to już statek jest zawracany.
Could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior.
Tak, na Arkorpie też się da latać między biurowcami, ale też niezbyt nisko.
And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're 5, and we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance.
Już nie pamiętam, w której wersji, chyba w 30 albo okolicach, był przez chwilę taki system, że jak się dolatywało do miasta, prosiło się o pozwolenie na dokowanie, to pojawiał się taki tunel na chudzie, który prowadził do właściwego landing pada. Nie wiem, czemu go usunięto, czemu z tego zrezygnowano. Moim zdaniem to był bardzo fajny pomysł.
The cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet, and we'll be shown more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
No, myślę, że więcej powiedzą. Że może pokażą te wnętrza, bo to już na tych raportach miesięcznych mówili właśnie, że wnętrza dodają do Lorville. Następny blog mamy właśnie o tym trybie inżyniera na statkach, czyli to, co nazywają tutaj powerplay. Nie tylko paczkomaty, zobacz, Fikus, dodadzą też takie fabryki przed samym miastem. Teraz nie ma takich rzeczy, tylko jakieś rurociągi i przed którymś gate'em, nie pamiętam przed którym, jest takie miasteczko kontenerowe.
You've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lowville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like as we progressed.
To teraz ciekawe, jak szybko od momentu zniesienia no-fly zones wokół Lorville gracze zaczną statkami taranować pociągi.
And you know, we discussed the art pipeline for years. We would do, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art, we're in the final art phase. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux.
Czyli nowe Lorville mamy na etapie początkowym Greyboxa, więc też szybko nie zobaczymy.
I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and
Dobrze, że amunicję nie dają do tego granatnika.
Pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are
Wielokrotnie się przy grupowym graniu przekonaliśmy, że to jest bardzo zły pomysł, jeżeli ktoś z grupy wnosi granatnik do bunkra.
Our partners at JR Design and Fabrication create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful
Jared tłumaczy ten jeden konkurs, co mówiłem, że na stronie się pojawiły, możecie zajrzeć na stronę. Żeby móc wygrać któryś z modeli tych plastikowych, należy wykonać model jakiegoś statku ze Star Citizena tylko i wyłącznie przy użyciu przedmiotów, które są dostępne normalnie w domu.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check it out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation.
PowerPlay.
Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this.
To już pokazywali, oj, bardzo dawno. Pierwsze takie filmiki pokazujące właśnie ten resource management, zarządzanie zasobami na Hammerheadzie. To pamiętam przynajmniej sprzed 2 lat.
Back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project, first as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering, when's going to be the day? Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce.
Nie powiedzieli jeszcze nic raczej. Dopiero zaczęli teraz mówić odnośnie właśnie tej inżynierki, nazwijmy to.
Batteries or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function, it is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities.
Tak, to jest to, co mówi teraz, że ten system planują w ten sposób, że on nie tylko doda ten gameplay inżynierski do statków, ale też do outpostów. I zaczną się misje takie, które część z was, która gra w Elitkę, może kojarzyć, typu właśnie wyłączenie reaktora, czy tam elektrowni właśnie, sabotaż w bazie naziemnej. Co na przykład doprowadzi do tego, że wieżyczki nie będą działać.
Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer, And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope
Życzę powodzenia w przebiegnięciu z jednego końca na drugi uczestniczącego w walce Hammerheada przy obecnej tej mechanice force feedback, czy jak tam oni to nazywają.
This is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you.
Skończy się wożenie całej ekipy Piskesem.
Is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death.
Każdy statek będzie miał z góry określoną ilość osób, jakie właśnie system podtrzymania życia będzie w stanie obsłużyć bezproblemowo.
They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. It will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run,
tak, przy tym systemie już będą miały przewagę nawet dwuosobowe myśliwce, bo jest szansa, że będzie się opłacało mieć na przykład w Super Hornecie drugiego pilota, który będzie siedział nad tymi MFD i dodawał i odejmował energię, gdzie potrzeba, żeby sam pilot nie musiał się tym zajmować.
Which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that you experienced already in every ship.
System uprawnień, bez możliwości obejścia go jakoś gameplayowo, to nie będzie można kraść statków już wtedy.
and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need.
Tutaj,
Creating your own resource
w tym scenariuszu
is,
gracz znajduje przepalony bezpiecznik, będzie go musiał wymienić.
Or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
Zabrał z innego systemu, mniej ważnego zapewne, i przełoży do tego, gdzie był przepalony. To jest mniej więcej to, co już pokazywali jakiś czas temu właśnie na bazie Hammerheada.
Making new players suffocate.
Bo wreszcie w 4X pojawi się opróżnianie z powietrza pomieszczeń statku.
Fire expulsion.
Nie wiem, czy przy tej nowej mechanice będę w stanie zaufać jakiemuś graczowi w kwestii podwózki. No, przyblokowało mnie zupełnie teraz. Xtreme siadło. Ale tak jak mówię, czasami mi się zdarza poprosić o podwózkę jakiegoś gracza, jak na przykład najczęściej jak bunkier mi rozwali statek. A w tym momencie gość będzie mógł po prostu wyssać powietrze z przedziału. Chyba żyjemy. Trzeba będzie cały czas w hełmie siedzieć.
Making new players suffocate.
No, jesteśmy. O, i to co powiedziałem. Skończy się włożenie piskesem całej ekipy.
Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere.
Za dużo ilość postaci na statku będzie zużywało. Nie będzie wyrabiał system podtrzymania życia po prostu. Skończy się też latanie w przestrzeni kosmicznej z otwartą rampą na przykład, bo wywieje wtedy właśnie atmosferę ze statku. Ponieważ
making players suffocate again.
W tej ich mechanice pomieszczeń, rooms, przestrzeń wokół statku, to też jest właśnie tym, to co nas pokazują, też jest jako room, właśnie jako pomieszczenie. Taki mały teaser już mamy tak naprawdę obecnie w PIU, jeżeli chodzi o wyłączanie grawitacji, bo trzeba wyłączyć grawitację na jednym z reclaimerów, żeby popchnąć jakby misję do przodu. No, tutaj mamy na zasadzie scenariusz, że sabotażysta na pokładzie statku odłączając bezpieczniki jest w stanie wyłączyć tarczę.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays.
Mamy teraz listę mechanik, które prawdopodobnie dostaniemy w tej, powiedzmy, T0 wersji gameplayu inżynierskiego. Czyli właśnie zabawa tymi przekaźnikami, wymiana bezpieczników, nadzorowanie zasobów.
External engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed
grupy
by the
kontrolne,
pilot
czyli uprawnienia przez MFD, czyli te wyświetlacze, które są na statkach. I dalej nie zdążyłem.
We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system, and this has been an interesting journey, and finally we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting
tak naprawdę też jest to kolejny system, który kiedy się pojawi, ponownie utrudni latanie w pojedynkę dużymi statkami tak naprawdę.
I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay.
Jeżeli coś tam nam się zepsuje na takim karaku na przykład, a jesteśmy jedynie jako pilot, to może być problem.
This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us
może być nawet dobre, bo więcej pojawi się pewnie latających, obsługiwanych przez graczy. Jeżeli ktoś jest sam, no to statek właśnie dla pojedynczego gracza.
They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very. This to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. You know, so like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing, but
yeah, but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. Like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally.
Recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from
tu spojrzę.
just being a ship, you're on board to like an
To
interactive
był ostatni blok
piece
tak
of the puzzle that
naprawdę
gives you that more true gameplay.
z takich
You're not just
mechanik
limited
i
to
rzeczy,
being
które
a
się
pilot,
tam w
turret
najbliższym
That's about
od
it.
tego
Now,
4.0, czyli
engineers and support roles
najwcześniej
have
powiedzmy za
a
pół roku
huge
się
part
pojawią.
to play on ships because things will go
I
wrong.
ostatni blok po tym, co
And
będziemy
if you
mieć
don't get on top
teraz,
of it
jest
quickly,
Talking
it's
Ship.
gonna be a very bad time for all involved.
Czyli pokażą nam najprawdopodobniej postępy prac nad statkami, które w tej chwili się dzieją, typu zakładam Merchantman. I możliwe, że pokażą jakieś statki, o których nic nie mówili do tej pory, a po prostu za chwilę się pojawią też nawet w sklepiku i wszyscy się na nie rzucą, tak jak w zeszłym roku pokazali 400.
To be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that, and it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. Usually the guy is sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations.
No, mogą być, oni tu akurat mówili, że mogą być jakieś misje typu napraw zepsuj w miastach nawet, ale mogą być też na statkach zapewne.
Ping-pong from
Zwłaszcza ze statkiem, nie wiem, czy oni tutaj coś pokażą, ale parę dni temu był leak statku z kołnierzem dokującym, taki, który będzie mógł dokować do innych statków i nie jest to legionista, którego pokazał już jakiś czas temu, czyli desantowiec do przejmowania innych statków, ale statek wyposażony w podobny system. Który ja zgaduję będzie właśnie raczej takim ratunkowo-naprawczym statkiem. Zobaczmy. Teraz to, czym Star Citizen stoi. Statki.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, vehicle art director, and Paul Jones, concept art director. And this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar
będziemy mieć konkurencję dla tych
ships
dwóch.
And they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of this
Czyli mamy
Spirit
towarowy
series as a whole,
bombowiec,
is the
kolejny,
one half of the ship
mniejszy
is
od
like this
A2
shared area,
oczywiście.
and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is
I jakiś
the
luxury.
cargo hauler version.
Pierwsza konkurencja
This
dla
comes with
Origina
48
najwyraźniej.
SU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based
No, to taka mini wersja Herkulesa tak
the
naprawdę.
Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. And they are arranged in two vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the two sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them.
Nowy sposób na czyszczenie Jumptown.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out and doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense. but it does deliver a unique
Morfologist na pewno nie jest zadowolony.
compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels. And so,
No, proszę was na chwileczkę opuścić. Mam nadzieję, że zdążę wrócić, zanim pokażę następny statek.
Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you're going to 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. And then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in the module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future. From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline, let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
No i teraz będzie korsarz, który wchodzi w 3.18, który jest praktycznie gotowy już.
Multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of a medium, deep space vessel effectively. Got crew for up to 4, or space for up to 4 crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold.
Uzbrojony po byku, jak na eksploracyjny statek, wam powiem.
Decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of
ten asymetryczny kształt taki ma vibe gwiezdnowojenny. Nie wiem, czy też tak uważacie.
It's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that to keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set.
Powiem wam, że oszaleję z tym zrywaniem po prostu.
Making sure it works. At the moment we're just kind of finishing up on final art.
Na szczęście już dobijamy do brzegu powoli. Myślałem, że dużo dłuższe będą te moduły, szczerze mówiąc. że będziemy tu tak do 10 co najmniej siedzieć.
Till we're kind of properly happy, but it's in a good place, so I'm really excited to be able to show you.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit in that the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then in kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor.
Fajna winda.
Transition from the main cockpit
To
area
trochę
into that kind of co-pilot.
Cutlass, miałem powiedzieć, że bardziej jak Caterpillar. Ten moduł dowodzenia w Caterpillarze taką ma konstrukcję podobną.
The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that stuck out either side of you, so it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. As you move back through the ship, there's I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret
już
access.
zupełnie jak
So it's
Caterpillar.
right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective, especially forward firing, which, again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got, you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters that, being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship, in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which
na tych ujęciach zewnętrznych widziałem, że na dachu statku jest chyba ta zdalna wieżyczka. Nie, miałem takie wrażenie.
Habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable,
jest skryty od tej strony, że tak powiem.
And that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real
no to ten
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few
pod kokpitem to nie jest wieżyczka dla strzelca? Też? Albo ta właśnie zdalna na dachu, nie?
Which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the ship. So if you do want to go on a
fajne dźwignie, podobają mi się.
Go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy access straight up the lift and out you go.
Then finally at the rear you have the main cargo hold, which has space for an Ursa rover or similar sized vehicles and down, along with a significant cargo
widzę na styk.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game.
Akurat odnośnie Corsarza to się dowiemy wszystkiego bardzo szybko. No to jak mówię, on jest już committed chyba nawet w 3.18. Więc przy dobrych wiatrach jeszcze w tym roku. O, z Lixów pewnie, ten nowy pojazd.
And it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV
gabarytowo coś pomiędzy PTV a
it builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it
acyklonem.
out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognize a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we
No tylko on jest mniejszy od cyklona Kuropatwa. On jest niewiele większy od PTV, od tego wózka golfowego.
And we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar, design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So, you know, the floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through. The seats are easily removable, so you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. You know, just there's lots of subtleties. In terms of the roll cage, you know, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe, you know, people wouldn't notice, but for us, you know, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is, you know, you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got, you know, these vast ships that you can explore deep space and you know, go off with big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on you know, one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend, it's also got kind of some cargo space in the back, so if you are out there doing missions, rather than having to fly your ships directly to where the mission is, it allows you to land, you know, slightly out there, slightly in a safer area. You've still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need and get in and out.
Wreszcie jakiś pojazd poza PTV, który wejdzie do ładowni 400.
Of a non-racing vehicle. The STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of
do 400 cyklon bardzo na styk. Do tego stopnia na styk, że jak nie do końca poprawnie wejdzie, to go tam telepie po całej tej ładowni.
A lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are, you know, petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time.
No, 400 to taka nie do końca wiadomo do czego. Fajnie wygląda, ale niewiele poza tym. Ani siła ognia jakaś specjalna, ani ładowna. Jest szybka dosyć jak na swój rozmiar i to jest chyba jej największa zaleta.
For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realized that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump.
Chcą zrobić teraz statek, który będzie gdzieś pomiędzy Argo Mole a właśnie Orionem. I to gracze mają wybrać, jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem, producenta tego statku, czyli w jakim stylu on będzie zrobiony.
And also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from
I
that.
pewnie Misk
And then
jako
we have
trzeci.
Misk, the third option. Obviously Misk do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family.
Czyli możemy wybrać, czy statek górniczy większy od Mola będzie od Miska, będzie od RSI, czy będzie od Argo.
At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these 3 options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
No, i to tyle. Myślałem, że więcej pokażą jakichś nowych rzeczy.
All right, so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertsspaceindustries.com
czyli
website.
zmierzamy do brzegu CitizenConem.
For the next big mining ship. So, John,
dużo się nie wydarzyło, szczerze
you
mówiąc.
went through and just nuked all the
Chyba, że
speeds of all the
zrzucą
ground
jakąś
vehicles.
bombę chyba jeszcze może na
And
koniec.
obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take.
Natomiast zapraszają zaraz, jak to się skończy, na Twitcha Atmosports, czyli ludzi od Daimar Rally, gdzie będzie wyścig właśnie tymi nowymi jeepami, nazwijmy je, wokół New Babbage.
373 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended, like the rocks and the earth.
Właśnie, dlaczego nowy pojazd naziemny jest najszybszy? Bo znerfili wszystkie pozostałe.
So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste what it could be.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development, so the time we spent on the Spirit E1.
Nie tylko Jared czeka na Starlinera. Ja też czekam.
So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure.
48, no to by się zgadzało SC ładowności w tym nowym Spiricie.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine.
Czyli pomiędzy Cutlassem Black a podstawowym freelancerem.
Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon Shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated like the 3 Cs.
Nie zachwyciły mnie te Spirity, jeżeli mam być szczery. Bardziej czekam na Corsarza.
And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon Shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable vehicle, going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat.
Yes.
In the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to
Nie zwróciłem uwagi na tych konceptach, a ciekawe, czy będzie się dało wejść do Spirita w okolicach kokpitu, czy trzeba będzie biec przez cały statek, jak w Starrunnerze.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and like, here's the reworked PTV. Still looks how everyone recognizes it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version. Let's do a utility version, and so we've got those 3 together now that you can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you we've got one small thing left and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
Obstawiacie, co może być niespodzianką? Nowy typ zbroi? Statek? No te osiedla w stylu Outlaw już pokazywali chyba nawet dokładnie te same ujęcia w jednym z ostatnich Inside Star Citizen. To było bez kręcących się NPC-ów, były same lokacje. Tak, no właśnie w tym kontekście Rusheroni to mówili w Inside Star Citizen, że narzędzie zrobili do takiego wykańczania tych outpostów. A to... Ruin Station? Jak zgadujecie? No chyba tak. Chyba Ruin Station, czyli jakby główny hub taki, który będzie w Pyro. Te lokacje, które teraz pokazywali w zeszłym roku na CitizenConie, ale wtedy były jeszcze na etapie Greyboxa. No a tu wygląda, że są już właśnie wykończone. Tak, no, dokładnie tą miejscówkę pokazywali wtedy w kontekście oświetlenia, jak właśnie kolejne etapy doświetlania miejscówki zmieniały jej klimat.
Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need
we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate
u mnie żyje.
work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive
Spadło na rozdzielczości, widzę.
to Star Citizen, the PU.
Nie przestawałem nadawać.
And we wanted
maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well,
Chris to Chris jest bajkopisarz, ale jeżeli coś tu będzie miał Richard Tyrer do powiedzenia, to jego warto wysłuchać.
Is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they're wanting to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it would be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs.
Czemu mam wrażenie, że to jest takie damage control po tym, co właśnie w Korei powiedział Erin Roberts.
Talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0. Features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands.
No i szczerze mówiąc wolałem tamten okres, kiedy byli PU focused, bo nie jestem raczej z tych, którzy tak niecierpliwie czekają na Squadron.
Even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG set up is we have feature teams.
Wolałbym szybszy rozwój Star Citizena, szczerze mówiąc.
Push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature, but there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be.
Te karabiny przed bunkrami w zasadzie nie mają co robić, że tak powiem, w PU.
We have this vision of how it sits across
drugiej
this
strony nie
broad
wiem, czy nie lepszym
spectrum of the
rozwiązaniem
game,
było
but
to
we're having
właśnie,
to
że
piecemeal
dostawaliśmy
it in.
mechaniki takie
And that never really
niedokończone
gives you
i
the true intentions
później
of where we want to go.
uzupełniane,
And I think this allows us to do that
bo to
in Squadron,
pozwalało
really
na
tone it
feedback.
down and then give it to the PU audience.
Natomiast
And I think
teraz
that, you know,
rzucają w nas
fundamentally it's better
tym
for
nowym systemem
the
podziału
development of the
prędkości
features,
na
and it's better for the gameplay experience
bojową
in
i
both
podróżną.
products, experience in both products.
And I think that's a really good point. Is that it's
Może być różnie z tym.
Before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams. And so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature. And so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues. That we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. And we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific.
To salvo wcześniej widziałem, ale teraz widzę tam chyba P4 jeszcze leży na blacie.
Multiple speeds and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles.
Taką replikę P4 to wam powiem, żebym brał.
All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by on the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some of the stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it.
Mam takie wrażenie właśnie, że cała ta rozmowa zmierza do tego, patrzcie, ile pracy jeszcze przed nami jest, więc Squadron będzie ready when ready. Jest to chyba faktycznie damage control tego, co Erin powiedział w Korei, że wewnętrznie uważają, że 2 lata jeszcze im zejdzie na Squadronie.
One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number two is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said, and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Audycji because people have
we already
that.
showed one location.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys ready to this enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga.
Moja opinia jest taka, że to idzie mi krew z nosa przez podejście Chrisa Robertsa właśnie, który chce, żeby wszystko działało. Że jeżeli jest jakaś mechanika w grze, czy gracz jakąś tam czynność wykonuje, to jakby to się dzieje. Natomiast w wielu grach single player, którą ma być właśnie Squadron 42, jest to wszystko zrobione, bardzo dużo rzeczy jest udawanych, takich, nie wiem jak to na polskie, jakiś smoke and mirrors. Świat na przykład, gdzieś tam w oddali widać góry, ale to jest skybox tak naprawdę, nie? Że jest jakaś mechanika typu, nie wiem, gracz naciska jakiś guzik i jakaś maszyneria się uruchamia. W wielu grach to są rzeczy oskryptowane, to są animacje. Natomiast podejrzewam, że tutaj oni chcą uzyskać właśnie taki efekt, że jeżeli naciskasz jakiś ten guzik, to faktycznie zaczyna działać fizyka w grze, że to wszystko się tam zaczyna coś obracać, dziać i tak dalej. Więc wydaje mi się, że tu jest główny problem.
Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions.
Imersja ma być totalna. Czy potrzebujemy tak naprawdę aż takiej totalnej imersji?
Traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use, and currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in. New person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while. Absolutely. And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and we're working on it. So
I mean, part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things.
To prawda, to i Anger i Rasher macie rację, ale co bardziej chciałem powiedzieć, to, że wiele takich rzeczy w game devie da się uzyskać tańszym kosztem, na zasadzie właśnie po stronie silnika oszukać, ale od strony wizualnej gracza nie będzie widać różnicy. Natomiast to, co oni tutaj chcą zrobić, to właśnie, żeby wszystko działało faktycznie jak powinno działać, nie? Bez takich właśnie oszustw. Tak jak na przykład jest, możesz zmieniać tryb widoku, nie? Z pierwszej osoby albo z zewnętrznej kamery. W większości gier, gdzie jest taka funkcja, są osobne modele. Jest, jeżeli masz first person view, to jest inny model niż ten, który widać w trzeciej osobie. Właśnie, żeby to sobie ułatwić. Natomiast w Star Citizenie to jest ten sam model. I oni wiele miesięcy stracili na to, żeby to wyglądało dobrze w obu ujęciach kamery. Nie? Zamiast użyć sztuczki, której używają wszyscy inni.
For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals, you're getting, okay, there's two guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there, okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive, that's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location
tak jak
away,
mówiłem,
but
zadasz jedno pytanie Taylorowi i masz z głowy. Musisz mu przerywać później.
And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships, as FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play. And it's giving me that information. So right now it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things, but you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be driven by the cursor.
Okej, czyli mamy różnicę taką, że nie mamy przytrzymywania F i szukania myszką, tylko gra próbuje zgadnąć, o co nam
but they
chodzi.
don't have the detail at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that system is really robust, but hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use as your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions, so you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of the stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to.
Że naprawdę z tym nowym interfejsem, co pokazują, to mamy jedno kliknięcie mniej de facto.
Essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player.
Teraz to, co on mówi, uzyskujemy po prostu szybkim dwuklikiem F. A w nowym interfejsie będziemy musieli sobie ustawić to jako akcję domyślną i wtedy będzie to jedno F. Czy to jest jakaś duża różnica?
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah. Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out, you use this.
It's very useful, having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism, so you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun. as you said.
Well, you know, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charged scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting...
gość po lewej to chyba
it's a big
ślepy.
risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar and scanning, and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary.
Znaczy oni tu mówią, że chcą być, żeby było realistycznie, ale to tylko moja opinia, ale dla mnie mało realistyczne jest, że jeżeli mamy postać tutaj pilota, tak, to jednocześnie ten pilot jest dobrym żołnierzem na piechotę, jest dobrym infiltratorem i wszystko jest w stanie robić. Nie? Chyba że będzie rozwiązane to tak, że będziemy prowadzić różne postacie, a nie będziemy mieć jednego głównego bohatera w składranie. Że będzie pilot, będzie jakiś tam marine, będzie jakiś tam właśnie zwiadowca.
Mantling over ledges and how to use ladders?
I mean, ledging and ladders is kind of
best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal, so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the star system right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall. You're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up, and it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of how we've approached the squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. To do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone, because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things.
Zobaczymy, co już z tymi drabinami wyjdzie.
Little things like this.
Na razie, jak chcecie śmiesznego buga doświadczyć odnośnie drabin, to jest właśnie jeden wrak z reclaimerów, gdzie częściowo nie działa grawitacja, jest drabina. I zabawa polega na przejściu przez tą drabinę. Stawiam piwo każdemu, komu się uda przejść całą długość drabiny, gdzie mniej więcej w połowie wysokości właśnie zaczyna działać grawitacja.
But I would say definitely that I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come. Like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders. So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still blockout phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups.
I to jest też kolejna rzecz, że Star Citizen chce mieć wszystko. Nie pamiętam, jak się nazywała, taka gra była, coś tam z Edge chyba, gdzie jakby całym clue gameplayu był właśnie taki free running, tam jakaś Mirror's Edge właśnie, dzięki. Tylko tam jakby wokół tego był zbudowany cały gameplay, tak? Dlatego tam postać potrafiła wiele rzeczy zrobić. Natomiast tutaj, nie wiem, chcą uzyskać bardzo podobny poziom, podczas gdy to jest jakiś bardzo mały element w ogóle całego gameplayu w Star Citizenie.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well,
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls are working for you, it's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it and to make everything a lot more fluid. So,
Jaredowi się nudzi już chyba.
But also, like on a bigger level, right, we've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's, physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect.
Nowe EVA też wielokrotnie było już na roadmapie, znikało z roadmapy.
have momentum now.
W sumie czekam.
Push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction.
Czyli właśnie
The use of it's far more easy.
mniej poleganie na tych silniczkach manewrowych w kombinezonie, ale właśnie odpychanie się od różnych obiektów i łapanie nowych.
Going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull.
But we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA-T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, and again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of you know, if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA-T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and, you know, actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. You know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down.
Well, it is definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
absolutely.
Even, you know, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now, I suppose, you know, that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, you know, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA-T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you're out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and you need a spacesuit with an EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jerry. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU. Coming online, and things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit or switch into this
clothes,
spacesuit
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to, you know, be your virtual second life, and we want to make it.
No, że to będzie Russia, to my wiemy. To pytanie kiedy?
Things that you can wear for different roles, and you know, EVA is.
Oni od bardzo dawna mówili, że właśnie na przykład w ciężkim pancerzu nie będzie można docelowo pilotować, nie? Czy że właśnie w miastach trzeba będzie chodzić w cywilnych ubraniach, bo mogą NPC nie chcieć z nami gadać, jak będziemy tam uzbrojeni po zęby chodzić. Pytanie tylko kiedy. Mamy to nowe EVA.
Yeah, it's the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with a proper like pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting,
no, nie? Wygląda jak Stadela. Ale to jest, oni pokazywali tą miejscówkę. To jest jakaś taka stacja przekaźnikowa, która właśnie w składronie jest i ona jest w składronie zajęta przez jakichś tam piratów i trzeba będzie właśnie zinfiltrować. Fajne.
So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here,
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating alongside the actual, this fin of this Asiata station. And this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small-scale.
So yeah, here's I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still block-out animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, you know, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, you know, in this one we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, player comes down here, yep, put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic, that's not marked up or anything, it's all ray casting, seeing if things, you brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron, it's going to be, you know, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the Acidato station, you're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan, but, you know, the use of this in the, you know, the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's, you know, a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then, you know, instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door, And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just...
No, I mean, it's massive for the game, so I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA,
No i to jest kolejnie też powrót do tego tematu, co mówiliśmy już jakiś czas temu, że właśnie Star Citizen nie chce jakby fejkować różnych rzeczy, tak, co Taylor powiedział, że to jest systemik, czyli w każdych możliwych okolicznościach cała ta mechanika EVA będzie działać. W każdej innej grze AAA, jeżeli mielibyśmy taki etap jak tutaj, że musimy z zewnątrz zinfiltrować stację kosmiczną, to byśmy mieli jakiś gameplay taki na szynach, że w tym konkretnym momencie po tej ścianie stacji można w ten sposób przejść w EVA. I tylko wtedy. Później byłby pewnie jakiś loading screen i jesteśmy już na stacji. I to jest właśnie też to, dlaczego to wszystko tak trwa długo.
And we were playing it, it's like, oh, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go and you're like, oh, this feels really nice. And you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so, yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like,
nie wiem, nie odniosę się akurat do Titanfalla, bo nie grałem, nie widziałem. Ani jedynki, ani dwójki.
But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities.
No, ale właśnie podejrzewam, że to... Właśnie nie wiem, o czym mówisz, bo nie znam Titanfalla, ale strzelam tutaj w tym momencie, że po prostu to był jakiś level taki na szynach, że to nie było rozwiązanie takie, które kiedykolwiek w innym przypadku można było użyć.
The thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav lever system where you stuck in this thing and the grav lever would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your, local inventory of your ship or, other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container.
Grawitacyjne wózki transportowe, bo z tymi na kółkach to jest... Ktoś z was używa w ogóle tych wózków transportowych, które obecnie są w grze? Nie, no bo się nie da ich używać.
Stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU, but in the PU they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approach
Są. Zdarzają
we
się
want
przy
them
bunkrach
for two
kuropatwa,
purposes.
zdarzają
One,
się
we
w
want them to
hangarach.
serve a purpose that is more traditional
Parę
game,
razy
which
próbowałem
is,
wciągnąć
I can
taki
move
wózek
things
do statku.
around, and that allows me to create
Nigdy mi się nie udało.
traversal opportunities,
Zawsze
if I'm blocked, I can move
blokował
box
się
over
albo
here,
na
I'll
krawędzi
get
rampy,
higher
albo na
now,
krawędzi windy, w
which is
zależności co
kind
tam
of what the more physical
w danym
trolleys are
statku
kind
było.
of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp.
Tak, bo to jest dokładnie kuropatwa ta sama mechanika tych wózków, co tych łóżek medycznych. Najpierw były wózki, a później były te łóżka medyczne.
Let's play the video.
See the video.
Let's say the video there, and
We've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Lever takes up now, grav lev's on. You get hold of it. Bam. And by the way, the new interaction system.
No to już w ogóle ma vibe Gwiezdnych Wojen.
It's a separate build, but we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us, because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU, that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions about how long it's going to take to load
prawdopodobnie
it up,
to jest jakby
buy it from the kiosk and it appear in your ship.
Z mechanicznego
So
punktu
this
widzenia
gives
to
us the
jest pewnie to
ability to
samo.
do that, and like Chris says, move much
Co podwozie
larger
nomada
things
albo te
than what you'd normally be able to
hoverbike'i, nie?
Yeah, I mean this happens to be just a slaver pod, but obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our GravLeg technology, so the same, as a Dragonfly.
No, właśnie
hopefully
Richard Taylor to potwierdził nasze przypuszczenia w tym momencie.
When you're moving things around on your homestead,
że to jest ten sam
whatever
tek.
you do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable, because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid, that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry, we're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo tube.
That's true. Yeah.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships, because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right, because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs, or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction, and you know, I need to know my ammo, and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road, is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal, and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat. If you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that were the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So, yeah, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, you know, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. You know, in the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But you know, a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and whether you can, you know, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, like a, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis, and you can set up one. Okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this. I want this to cast here, and so it's all been built around building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down.
No to, żeby statek pamiętał ustawienia, to też czekamy już. Troszeczkę.
We're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the.
Strasznie frustrujący jest reset tych wszystkich fire group i tak dalej. Za każdym włączeniem statku.
It's all fully polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes.
Massive information overload. In some
and
players...
it was definitely a problem in Squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit. Because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking the things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. And I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, you know, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the
I w niektórych statkach to działa. Można w tych, gdzie jest niektórych, gdzie jest trójwymiarowy radar, nie wiem, we freelancerach chyba na przykład. Można oddalić aż do momentu, kiedy cały system widać.
The star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things, we've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you know, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, you know, click, you know, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presenting to you well, and you can, you know, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because, you know, some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, you know, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, you know, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, you know, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or, you know, your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. You know, that's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where QBoost comes in the fact that you're QBoosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for QBoost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, you know, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that, we want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. And so, I mean, I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that, you know, we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your, you know, patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, you know, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, you know, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, you know, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, you know, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, you know, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there, I'll walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like, the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, you know, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole quantum, the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 1/10 the speed of the full quantum travel, sort of, you know, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and, you know, also appreciate the environment you're going through, and, you know, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could be
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, you know, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20K away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. There's a group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think, you know, the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of, you know, regular, you know, non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, you know, works for, you know, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now, because of these different modes of travel and the scanning, is going to be a huge, huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like. Let's take a look at the Quantum Boost clip.
Okay, czy ten Quantum Boost to nie jest jakiś dodatkowy manewrowanie w quantum, tylko to jest coś pomiędzy zwykłym lataniem a lataniem w quantum. Mamy tu przy okazji chyba nowy HUD w ogóle w Gladiusie.
Point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points. But basically we've done a scan, we've got some points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right hand
Oprócz
side.
tego, że tam
So this is obviously just placeholder UI.
HUD ma być prostszy z tego, co mówili, to jego wygląd ma się różnić też w zależności od producenta statku.
Yeah, and this, by the way, that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to, spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer
basically it's the same as it's the styled squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's, a lot of programmer art, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we said we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah. And so for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to, I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
What quantum boost is.
Second start of the right and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates, when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the mini-map. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your Mobi glass. So you'll be able to then load up the mini-map and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport, here's where you go and buy food and drink, here's where you go and buy weapons, and you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am, oh, that's where I can go, and it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, But that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, you know, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, you know, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini-map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, you know, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, you know, if somebody says to me tomorrow, you know, come round to my house or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so...
Put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, you need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And, you know, so we've long wanted this. I mean, it's very critical for Squadron, but it's also, you know, I think important for the PU. And, you know, the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city and, you know, the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like, you know, we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, you know, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but you know, since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a good backdrop rather than just, you know, grey
really
boxes. But you know, that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here, which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
in
the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll have a more sort of, you know, reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine, using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the mini-map without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships, because the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that, you know, when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom mini-maps. Yeah. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment mini-map. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, you know, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map, it's not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the mini-map, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? You know, if it's a person, what's their active status, are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the
Trochę chyba dźwięk wysiada.
Right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out.
Ale sama idea minimapy
będącej via this information.
Tak naprawdę ze skalowanym tym samym modelem, w którym się przemieszczamy i z innymi shaderami. Ale znów to pewnie właśnie dodaje mnóstwo pracy.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resources. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons, which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS step, the step that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and you know, over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And you know, it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you know, you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, locations on the planets, or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this 100%. Year, because both me and Rich actually. We were playing it when some of the last systems came in, and you know, it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was, you know, it was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And you know, see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you. You know, whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that.
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting, because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and find around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and the bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to sees you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors. This is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, combat, we want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing, because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No, right? Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair, and that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiato. Even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, oh, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, kind of you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, oh, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender pushes strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that, A, you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
I would say, thrown away was
it's disingenuous.
But basically, game developer is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, then V3, and V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors, there is social...
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI staying the same.
More mess hall?
Mess hall, the mess hall will never end.
Right. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, we can show the clip of
we've got those poor Atmo East Force guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat, there's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that, let's go check it out. They radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here.
Ci dwaj nie mogą do brzegu dopłynąć, a jak Jared powiedział, tam jeszcze czeka event tych wyścigów, o których wspominałem zresztą, wokół New Babbage.
But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance,
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
yeah, the hangar people, you know,
Tu panowie się rozwodzą cały czas w sumie tak naprawdę nad rzeczami, których jeszcze wiele miesięcy nie będziemy widzieć.
For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So yeah, but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, you know, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or you know, talking about what they think the best, I don't know, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording, but that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the, you know, the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, oh, well, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Horizon, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So the one, those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's gonna go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you know, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, if we've got vents in here.
Yeah, he's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, you know, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space, because that's where, you know, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of
getting into the yellow and amber, that's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, you know, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's 2 of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, you know, it's like MIB, they flash through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see, if like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So
And so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I
on
would
real map.
roll the clip.
Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind
No i
of just
powiem
a
wam, że wszystko
representation
bardzo
of
fajnie.
doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we
Tylko
wanted to
sam
show
Chris
you
Roberts
the
powiedział,
kind
że
of the
no,
thing
wszystko się
behind
rozbija w
the
tej
curtain,
chwili
what
o
they're actually doing. They're checking cover points, they're checking the
o
usables that are there.
klatki serwera,
And then, you know, in
że
so,
SI
a
nie
lot
ma
of the cases
czasu
when we actually
jakby
captured this video,
na te wszystkie akcje.
if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat.
A co do miejscówki, to pokazują w tej chwili, to jest dokładnie ta sama stacja,
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set
gdzie
up,
wcześniej
which
na
is
zewnątrz
like looking,
pokazywali
checking, okay, is there
EVA.
anything there?
Ta
Nothing there,
przekaźnikowa,
again,
taka
he's sharing
cytadelopodobna.
that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
You may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics
Sure.
now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in. And they roll the dice they don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, you know, on some of that, I think you saw some of it, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed, and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, you know, like Rich says, it's very easy to make, you know, AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you know, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory.
A, i to jest nowość, bo w kwestii tych cech było już mówione parę razy, ale w kontekście właśnie SI, że to NPC będą mieli różne cechy, natomiast nigdy nie było wcześniej mówione w kontekście gracza.
Going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, you know, they have cold weather training. They have, you know, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and Redout, so that you know, pilots train for that so they can actually modulate their breathing so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements, so there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage, or, you know, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, you know, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, you know, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, you know?
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, you know, skilling up your character because you're, you know, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You know, you can run further than them. You can carry things, you know, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you, and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is, it's almost like the 10,000 hours. You know, if you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle, and okay, eventually you take them down, and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more
then
takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve
It's,
Bender is
yeah,
very looking forward to doing
Exactly.
all the versions of Takedown
Yeah.
from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, you know, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, melee, like fist fighting,
Melee combat,
or
yeah.
knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of the, like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce, because again, it's this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays, or Formula One car racers, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before
Yeah.
they go to try to race a Formula One, or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance, because endurance allows me to hold more G's. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort in to do. And you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That Pilates area and microtech.
Yeah.
Well, we went all the UFO, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app.
To już wiemy, po co są te siłownie
Well, how fit I
w
am,
Horizon.
unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last, things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is, there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically, and obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff, so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff.
Już mi masero trochę pary zabrakło.
A big obstacle to doing features is actually
Idea była zupełnie inna tak naprawdę.
Squadrons, one of the
Ale mnie
ways
reszta
that we're really
redakcji
gonna
najwyraźniej wystawiła.
clean the house and make it easier, so then in the PU extending things will be
A tu panowie tak naprawdę płyną i do brzegu dopłynąć nie mogą, bo niewiele nowych rzeczy tak naprawdę mówią. Większość tych rzeczy wielokrotnie była pokazywana i w Star Citizen Live, i w Inside Star Citizen. O tym, że właśnie Mobiglass ma działać jako po prostu system operacyjny, w którym będziemy mogli sobie dodawać, odejmować aplikacje. To też wielokrotnie było mówione.
So you can see here we've got your messages, so this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with, general chip chat from the AI, which again, it's kind of just making it believe that you're in this, believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's a lot cleaner, and the information, it's something that we've tried to be consistent called the HUD and the Mobi.
Chris Roberts i Richard Taylor już tutaj od 1,5 godziny chyba z okładem gadają, a tak naprawdę można ich podsumować w 10 minut później.
Mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it, it's cleared. So that's the system, it's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here, I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is it's like in everyday life, everybody's pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and, Google Chrome or, search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Mobiglass, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions, you want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, Mobi is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, and you want to have the information on your Mobi, like, okay, tell me is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips, so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. To look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, because as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in were that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the
mounted
guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect
Tak naprawdę przez te 1,5 godziny rozmowy jedyna nowa rzecz, którą powiedzieli, to, że ten system cech będzie dotyczył również graczy. To jest jedyna nowa rzecz. Wszystko, co pokazali, wszystko, co powiedzieli, było przez ostatnie przynajmniej 1,5 roku rozbite i na raporty miesięczne, i na te epizody Inside Star Citizen. Więc tak jak na samym początku powiedziałem, jak obu ich zobaczyłem, i Robertsa, i Taylora, że to będzie katarynka, no i mamy.
Really talked about this time, but you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen, because you know, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside.
Ściąga na zegarku, nie wiem, nie zwróciłem uwagi. To jest w ogóle jakiś smartwatch, to jest zwykły zegarek.
Walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background.
Jak jest tak, lubi gestykulować, że ciężko zobaczyć.
You know, the scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. You know, they're limited to more limited spaces, and you know, we're utilizing
to jest smartphone, może jakieś mu
to
tam
give you a sort of
SMS
single player
przyszedł albo coś
experience that
takiego.
sort of feels like you're, you know, in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to play is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, you know, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is you know, something I'm always eternally grateful for, and you know, it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone
Nie było w ogóle
bitching about
tonego
something,
Zuroweka, bez tonego Zuroweka to nie jest prawdziwy CitizenCon i jego kwanty.
Doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff? It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you know, you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project. So like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years has become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back, despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and
chyba
in the universe. And we're
największe
really
niedopowiedzenie w kontekście Star Citizena. Rough around their edges. Takie niedopracowane na krawędziach.
While it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. That, it's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, people video games get this reputation of because it's hard work, because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like and I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the mobiGlas rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time, and when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed.
Czyli mamy powtórkę z tego, co było na początku.
My favorite thing about the community is...
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but...
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of...
I co myślicie, szanowni słuchacze, którzy ocaleli tutaj w liczbie 3? Bo 4 to jestem pewnie ja, który sobie tutaj też podglądam. Dwie nowe rzeczy, tak naprawdę. System cech dla graczy i system cech dla graczy i druga nowa rzecz to rozdzielenie prędkości podróżnej i prędkości bojowej, nazwijmy to, w lataniu statkami. Wszystkie inne rzeczy to naprawdę jest podsumowanie tych mniejszych informacji, które otrzymywaliśmy w ciągu ostatniego roku w Inside Star Citizen, w raportach miesięcznych. Nie było wow, przynajmniej z mojej strony żadnego. Niczym jakimś bardzo mnie szczególnym nie zaskoczyli. No, wyszedł cytat z Angera. Zrezygnowali z gameplayu. Mówili, że ta sekcja gameplayowa zawsze zabierała dużo zasobów, dlatego tym razem z niej zrezygnowali. Ale to było fajne. To było fajne podsumowanie, takie zebranie mechanik, które już działają w takim gameplayu. Dobra, zobaczymy jeszcze, czy będzie jeszcze coś, jest na coś czekać, czy się tylko Jared z nami pożegna później już tylko.
If somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I realized.
Tak, ale to jest cecha właśnie Kuropatwa też i Robertsa tak naprawdę i Tylera, że im zadasz pytanie i możesz ich zostawić. Będą nawijać. To jest wina trochę Jareda, że ich nie moderował.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount
tak, no Richard Tyler właśnie. On jest... Jak jeszcze występował w Inside Star Citizen, to był samograj.
Replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that.
Co, będzie
So,
nas czekać przebudowa
we've teamed
Community
up with
Hub?
our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub. And we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description in there, but also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players
Czyli co,
play Star
postawili
Citizen
swojego
right
własnego
now. You
Instagrama?
have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30.
A tak, jest już online, sprawdziłem.
One last
Mamy
thing
już
before we
nową
let you go,
wersję.
because we got more endings than Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Dobra. Czyli mamy CitizenCon za nami.
Atmo Esports operates a little
Zapraszają
differently.
oczywiście na
Born from emerging
ten
community
wyścig,
events like the
który ma
Demo
być
Rally,
wokół New
the
Babbage.
natural progression was to create esports
A jak
events
ktoś
within
chce, no
an
to
emergent
oczywiście
environment
zapraszamy tam na
and provide tournaments for
Twitcha,
esports teams in a unique way.
Atmo. Oni głównie są znani z... Przyciszymy. Oni są głównie znani z Diamond Rally. Pochwalę się, że w tegorocznym Diamond Rally byłem oficjalnie kamerą. Bardzo fajnie, bardzo dobrze to jest zorganizowane faktycznie. No wie, jak będą chętni, to może jako TWH zgłosimy ekipę do następnego Diamond Rally. One są zawsze w styczniu. Z czego zapisy ruszają chyba właśnie jakoś w październiku albo w listopadzie, nie pamiętam teraz dokładnie.
Well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our Steam group of guests and visitors. Chris, oh, I should, hold on, let me get in here.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more. Well, let me start with back in 2000. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent Energy streaming out and 3.18, which hopefully
No tam na blacie P4 leży.
Right,
Nie wiem, czy ją przełożyli, czy...
Absolutely working yep. All right, so we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much, but he's our director of development on Star Citizen Live.
To nie jest ta kusza, którą miała trafić do PU półtora roku temu?
And of course we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Star Citizen. Cheers.
Cheers.
No to co, kochani?
Throw it to Atmo.
Kolejne 10 lat?
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Myślicie? Czy że szybciej zobaczymy? Dobra. Także thanks for watching, jak napisali. Dzięki, że wytrwaliście, dotrwaliście. I co? I zapraszamy. Aż sobie spojrzę. 20 najprawdopodobniej będziemy mieć czwartek ze Star Citizenem. No i oczywiście tydzień później, ale nie wiem, który dzień ostatecznie nam się wyklarował, będzie główne wydanie elitkowe. Dzięki, do usłyszenia, trzymajcie się.